you are welcome. Arriving now. Arriving now is the headmaster of Adisadel College, Mr. Samuel Kofi Agudogu. He will be joined by the chairman of the board of governors, with him also is the next president, Mr. Daniel Oredu is also with us, and the right bishop also arriving. The parade commander will continue from now. The car orderlies, the gentlemen who attend to the cars when they arrive. Nana Obeng Owusu Jr., a student of 3A1 Elliott House, born on the 20th of October 2003, listening to music and dancing are his hobbies. As well as Owusu Ansah David, a 3S3 student of Hamlin House, born 21st of April 2004, driving and dancing are his hobbies. Civil engineer in future. Arriving now as the Member of Parliament for Cape Coast North. The Member of Parliament for Cape Coast North is arriving now. Dr. Kwamina Minta Nyako just arrived. Arriving now is the commandant of the Kofi. The commandant of the Kofi Annan Institute, Major General Ofori, Santa 78. He just arrived. Parade is at ease, awaiting the arrival of the guest of honor. Honorable Alan Chermanton, Santa 1970. Shall we all be upstanding as the special guest of honor arrives? Shall we all be upstanding? He's also in. So this is the Minister of Education, Dr. Edichum is here with us. Arriving now is Honorable Alan Kojo Chermantin, Minister of Trade and Industry, who's our special guest of honor. He's the Santa 1970. We all keep standing, await the command of the parade commander to pay the appropriate compliment.
Ready! Ministerial salute! Present!
Try test mic 1 2. Try it. Try it.
Ready!
Try. Test.
It's the cadet commander or the parade commander just asked permission to get the review officer, who is our special guest of honor, to join him inspect the parade. And he has accepted. With him as Major General Ofori, as well as the headmaster of Adisadel College, Mr. Samuel Kofi Agudogu.
Let's go. We are going. Oop.
Yeah, try.
Slow down. So go. Go.
Inspection of the parade. Yeah. Hello? Yeah. So, okay. Inspection of the parade over. Now inspected the band. And they are being led by the band commander. band's the band's conductor is Porjo James Afron, a student of 3B2, born on the 23rd of July 2005. In Hamlin House. He hails from Aguna Stradru, resides at Achimota. He likes playing instruments and games, and he wants to be a chartered accountant in future. The band's conductor, ladies and gentlemen, Forjo James Afron. The parade commander has been given permission to continue with the parade after inspecting it by our At this juncture, we have what we call the trooping of the band. The band will march off and do some display for us. Now, the origin of band trooping dates back to the early days of man, who assembled his musicians and played them across his community of victory at war. When armies began the system of regimentation at the beginning of the 17th century, this custom was inculcated into ceremonial parade to serve the dual purpose of allowing the bandsman relax his limb after a long static performance, as well as providing spectacle to the parade. The parade will start in slow march. They will pay compliment to the honorable guest of honor. Then they will switch to quick march. The drum major. Show some love for the band. Yes. If you missed it, the bands formed 112, representing the 112th anniversary of Adisadel College. You may not have appreciated it because of the level you are, but if you were a bird in the skies, I'm sure you would have seen and appreciated. They formed 112.
In class order, march! 4, 3 ranks! Ready! Go! Ready! We march fast in slow and quick time. By the center! So much.
Parade. We march in slow march, transition to quick time. And then review order. Whatever the colors get close to you, you pay the appropriate compliment to the colors. Like I said, the colors are the soul and spirit of the unit. Whenever the colors approach, you pay the appropriate compliments to the colors. The colors are escorted by 3 cadet corps as well as the RSM. Escorting the colors, we have Kabu Rashid. Kabu Rashid, also known as Raza, age 17 years. He is in 1A4 class, affiliated to Hamlin House. Hails from New Ningo, but a resident of Somanya. Gaming and watching movies are his hobbies, and jollof is his favorite food. Also escorted the colors. Apia Kubi, Bernard, Ologo.
Take time.
2S6 size.
Take.
Affiliated to Bishop Lemay House. Doma Ahiko. This is why you clap for them. For that lovely transition from slow time to quick march. Show appreciation. It is beautiful. Clap for them. Show some love. Apia Kubi Bernard hails from Domahinko, a resident of Tama. Banku with old costume is his favorite. He is popularly known among his mates as Lil Money.
Out.
Yes.
We advance.
Adisadel College.
Out. Take.
Cadet Cup on display.
Right.
So, well, don't be startled. As the drone in the air, taking shot of this beautiful display. The cadet was under the tutelage of CDRW01 Loga. And Officer Tay as well. Together, they put this wonderful display together.
March off. Ready. Free. Set.
Colors. Just marched. Okay.
Ready.
So please,
Shout.
teachers and students here, can we get closer? Let's all set the entrance. That will be forming up. If you're going in, please kindly go, but don't be here. We don't want anyone here at the entrance, please. The cadets are coming here. Yes, you either or you move away from here, please.
Down. Take post. And right. By the left. Click. March.
Can we please go in or just go further? Go back. Please move back. Off. Under the tutelage of Staff Sergeant Tay and CDW01 Loga, the school cadets are shining bright this very morning. Stop playing. Play. That can people play. WO1 is a
we shall sing General Lesson to be led by the school choir. We continue to stand and sing Ancient and Modern 512, 512. Page 2 of the program. Let us pray. Almighty God, giver of all good things, we thank you for the gift of our lives. We thank you for the traveling mercies. We thank you for the natural majesty and beauty of this land of ours. We thank you for the great resources of this nation. We thank you for the life and work of Adisadel College over the years. We thank you for the initiatives of the founding fathers. We thank you for the good of the old boys. We praise your name for the life and work of Ghana Education Service. Almighty Father, we remember before you with grateful hearts the founders of this great school who in the day of decision went much for the liberties and privilege we now enjoy. Grant that your Spirit will continue to bless the leadership of the church. Eternal God, bless all schools, colleges, and universities, especially Adisadel College, that they may be lively centers of sound learning, new discoveries, and the pursuit of wisdom. Grant that those who teach and those who learn may find you to be the source of all truth. Almighty God, from whom all good thoughts of truth and peace proceed, kindly we pray in the hearts of all men the true love of peace, and guide with your pure and peaceable wisdom those who take counsel for the nations of the earth, that is tranquility, your kingdom may go forward till the earth is filled with the knowledge of your love. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, send down upon those who hold offices in this nation, especially the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Bawumia, Ministers of State, Ministers of Religion, heads of departments, and traditional leaders, the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people. Give us grace, Lord, to celebrate this anniversary in peace and in joy, to the greater honor of your name. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
The welcome address delivered by the assistant of Adisadel College.
Yeah.
Honorable Alan John Kwayo, Minister of Trade and Industry. The guest speaker, Honorable Dr. Yao Osei, Education. My Lord Bishop. of the teeming youth, which often has a rippling effect of producing deviant in our society. For our hard-working father of our nation, Ghana, the president and his government can't do it all alone. My Lord Bishop Chair, ladies and gentlemen, Adisadel College is an Anglican institution founded on a solid Christian foundation with a mission to produce high-profile men who will be outstanding as they take up their rightful positions in the fields of work to add to the gains of their predecessors. This great college comprises an enviable position in society and has a track record for producing much vantage men and would continue to do so with God's guidance. I congratulate the founders, the Anglican Church, government, members of the Board of Governors, School Management Board, Santa Clausians, Ancient and Modern, the sponsoring year group, parents and teachers, and indeed, all stakeholders of Adisadel College whose tireless efforts over 112 years have brought us thus far. I heartily welcome you all to Adisadel College, set on the hill, and encourage you to share in our joy on this blissful occasion. Long live the vision of the founding fathers. Long live the Santa Clausian family. Long live Ghana Education Service. Long live Ghana. And may the good Lord bless us all. Thank you.
Lord Bishop Chair, Ministers of State, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, by the grace of God, we have dignitaries among us. We have people that we least expected to find here with us, and we thank God for that. We have Right Reverend Dr. Reginald Atabako here, is the Anglican Bishop of the Cape Coast Diocese. Welcome, Bishop. We have Nana Kwesiata II, Omahin of Ugwa traditional area. We have Nana Ama Eyaba, the first Prontohene of Ugwa traditional area. Honorable Dr. Kwamina Mentanyako, MP of Cape Coast North. Professor J.D. Osu Soche, Vice Chancellor of Cape Coast Technical University. Reverend Dr. H.K.K. Graham, former headmaster of our prestigious college. Mr. Ernest Thompson, Santa 66. Honorable Minister Yao Educhum, our Minister of Education. Honorable Mr. Alan Kojo Tremantin, Minister for Trade and Industry. Major General Francis Ofori, Commandant of the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping College. Dr. Daniel Oredu, our NEC President. Our able Mrs. Martha Ousu Ajiman, Regional Director of Education. Mr. Wilson Tego, former Assistant Headmaster of Adisadel College. Mr. Kusiabwa, former headmaster of the college. Mr. J.K. Sam, former assistant headmaster domestic. And a brother from one of our sister schools, Ogon Secondary Technical, in the person of Mr. Michael Sego, assistant headmaster, academic. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I sit down, there is a slight change in our program. After the headmaster's annual report, would please ask the NEC president to have his turn in the delivery of speeches, followed by the guest speaker's speech, after which our program will continue. I'll repeat this again. After the headmaster's annual report, that is item 9, we'll jump to item 17, not so much jumping, but we'll have our NEC president, Mr. Daniel Redo, present his speech, followed by our guest speaker's speech, and then we'll follow the program. Thank you very much.
On with also let you in that listening to the welcome address, I noticed that once you get to Cape Coast, then you're on the land of Adisadel College, more or less. And yes, for these reasons, I will just run you through. Now, the Member of Parliament for both Cape Coast North and South are proud Santa Clausians. I mean, Honorable Dr. Kwamina Mintanyako and Mr. Ricketts Kweku Hagan, MPs, both Cape Coast North and South. We have the Chancellor of the University of Cape Coast, Sir Sam Jonah, as a Santa Clausian. Professor Amonu Kofi and Professor Owusu Sechere, the Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor, respectively, of the Cape Coast Technical University, both Santa Clausians. As well, the Omahene of Cape Coast, the Ugwa traditional area, is the proud Santa Clausian as well. So once you're in Cape Coast, this land is owned by Adisadel College, whether you like it or not. That is one thing you should know. Moving on to the next item, the head prefect's report. So the head prefect will join us and give us his report. The head prefect. Please, a round of applause for our head prefect. It's not easy to be the head prefect of Adisadel College.
Ago! Cha, omeniaba. Cha, omeniaba. Cha, omeniaba. Obere makwete. So ejina. Abakawa weje fie. Oba edansewa. Mwenzi nyi demedi. Ga adangbe kaseku na edom. Natu kuma Kelvin Anglican asaba. Why open wo Adisadel College school mu fanyina do wa hokaka na wongozi mwanti eizi mara tetia enyimunyamu tutu tata nanto bro bro, Setia, Tutata, bro, cha, Omaniaba, cha, Omaniaba, Madame Marcy.
If everything was possible, the future would be foreseeable and every event predictable. Bad ones will be changeable, sorrowful ones laughable, and the world, well, much tolerable. But in this world, some things are impossible, making life vulnerable, with a few who are reliable. Into a prescribed course, however, there's always a God who is dependable. And in the college, a prefect who is affable. Publius Terentius Afer, a Roman African playwright, once said in Latin, Homo sum, humani lil ame amilianum putu, which means, I am man, and I count nothing human foreign to me. My Lord Bishop Chairman, guest of honor, articulate guest speaker, Ogwa Manhin, Nananom, Honorable Minister of Education, Honorable Minister of Trade and Industries, Regional Minister, Regional Director and Metro Director of Education, government officials, honorable members of Parliament, Board of Governors, members of the clergy, ambitious headmaster and his resourceful assist, hard-working staff of the college, supporting members of the Adisadel Old Boys Association, Santa Clausians past and present, persistent parents and guardians, resilient prefects of the college, fellow students of the land, ladies and gentlemen. My quest to be head of the student body started the moment my feet touched the land we've all become infatuated with. My great-grandfather was barely but a boy when the founding father, Right Reverend Nathaniel Temple Hamlin, a missionary who was poised to establish a grammar school to educate Anglican males in the country and also to train the clergy. But I have been accurately taken through the books of history to know our high-profile men who have been outstanding in their various fields of work tirelessly to add to the gains of their predecessors. A college set on a hill cannot be hidden, so as its occupants. And we have proven that a winner is a dreamer who never gives up, just as Nelson Mandela said. I must say, it is nothing less than a prestige to stand before this august gathering on this consequential day to deliver my speech as the head of the students' body. Spare me the next 960 seconds of your time to mesmerize you with the stupendous happenings in the college over the past year. I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Adisadel College Army Cadet Corps, Master Rollers, Kelvin Kuwete Demedi. Let me exceptionally welcome you to the land of valiant soldiers, the land of valorous men, the place where scrupulous men are made, the backbone of education, the light bringer, the pace setter. You are all welcome to the college, or as our brothers from the Francophone countries would say in French, vous êtes le bienvenu au collège. Ejanom, Enanom, Nananom Adiskoma Me Mahoma Kwaba. Marcus to Loris Cicero said, gratitude is not the parent of virtues, but the greatest of all others. Permit me to acknowledge the 48 tenacious and baronial Spartans of this college, who, led by myself, were elected into office on the 15th of November, 2021. Gentlemen, I salute you. I must say, without an iota of doubt, that we didn't kick off on a silver platter, yet we have executed our duties, much to the anticipation of our expectant masters and mistresses. Great men, Ayiko. Students' body and discipline. My Lord Bishop Chair. Ill-inspiring Santa Clausians. Immaculately dressed ladies and gentlemen. Let me quote Nelson Mandela once again when he said, an organization can only carry out its mandate if there is discipline. And where there's no discipline, there can be no real progress. Discipline is necessary and indispensable for attaining greatness and accomplishing goals. Its unavailability will be detrimental to the college's positive development, and its consequences are completely disastrous. Ensuring discipline is one of my utmost priorities, and since it is prerequisite for the development of every society, the Spartans of this noble institution and myself have put in stringent and coercive measures to curb the rate of indiscipline in the college, and with the help of the disciplinary committee chaired by our own Assistant Headmistress Administration, Reverend Faustina Bedu, predominant and crucial issues were settled, and where students were caught to have committed grievous and heinous crimes, they were punished using the GES Code of Conduct. Maintaining discipline was a Herculean task, but as I would like to say in Spanish, nada es difícil para el que propone, which means nothing is difficult for one who puts his mind to it. And since we put our minds to it, we're able to bring to fruition our raison d'etre. Lack of composure and insubordination are on the rise in today's world, and students are no exception. But with the help of the House Council, House Masters, Prefects, and teachers, it has been reduced to the minimum. Prep was also one of our main focuses, seeing to it that students attend prep regularly and also put on the right attire to prep. Students who default this rule were punished, and they had their own prescribed clothing confiscated by the teachers and prefects on duty. With the assiduous work of the prep prefects, a high amount of discipline was ensured at prep to make sure that students kept quiet and studied. Sanitation. My Lord Bishop Chair, ladies and gentlemen, much as charity begins at home, sanitation begins with you and me. Cleanliness is a cardinal dogma that the college puts on a pedestal. Sanitation is upheld, and therefore strict rules and measures are put in place to ensure a clean and safe environment for us all. In light of this, inspections were held twice every week, Wednesdays and Saturdays, to ensure a high level of good sanitation on campus. Philip Kweku Day was also consistently observed to guarantee proper dressing at all times. With the help of my plug-in prefect, the appearance of students on campus has been enhanced. All the 4 houses in upper school also saw a renovation of their washrooms, which was done by some parents and old boys. And the daunting task of having to go fetch water after using the washroom has been reduced to the minimum. We are greatly indebted to the Santa 2011 year group for providing dustbins for all 10 houses on campus. This initiative has saved our bacon by reducing the number of litters seen on campus grounds. A number of cleanup exercises were also held from time to time to rid the campus of flotsam and jetsam. Health. My Lord Bishop Chair, the health of our dear college and its constituents is and has always been its wealth. Health services have undergone massive growth and development despite the canker of the COVID-19 pandemic. The disastrous upheaval of the disease all over the years, over the world, has driven us to put forward measures to combat its effect in the college. There was the fumigation of the whole school, houses, dormitories, storage rooms, offices, cubicles, and even the washrooms. In light of keeping the hands clean, Veronica buckets were placed at vantage points, and they were filled with clean water, along with tissue papers and hand liquid soap. Students were also obligated to wear their nose masks and practice social distancing. Hand sanitizers were distributed to students by the benevolence of the government through the school authorities. At the peak of the virus's reign in the world, where it was mutating to other forms, students were educated on the new variants, being the Omicron and the Delta viruses, to raise their awareness on the impact to their health. House dispensers were also appointed in every house to administer immediate health care to students before they were taken to see the college nurse. This helped to prevent illnesses that were not trivial from being sent to the infirmary. The house dispensers were also educated from time to time to make sure they administered the right services. Change of leadership, change of power. My Lord Bishop Chair, ladies and gentlemen, in our 112 years of existence, we have seen the leadership of 21 gallant and expedient headmasters who have worked with all their might to create a better Adisco. What we see today is the hard work of these noble gentlemen. But as the book of Ecclesiastes makes us understand in its 3rd chapter, reading from the 1st and the 2nd verse, it says, "For everything there's a season, a time for every activity under heaven, a time to be born and a time to die, a time to plant and a time to uproot." The journey of the 21st headmaster of the land came to an end in 2019, and our assistant headmistress administration took over as the acting headmistress. Today, by the grace of God Almighty, we have another son of the land take over as headmaster of the college, a principled and God-fearing man, a naturally born leader, a diplomatic, influential, and receptive man. Let me introduce to you all Mr. Samuel Kofi Agudogu, a reputable headmaster and the college's love. Mr. Headmaster, in my local dialect, we say, Moye Keba Adisadel College, which means you are warmly welcome to Adisadel College. The whole student body, led by myself and the other Spartans, are firmly behind you, promising to make your work a lot more easier. Academics, my Lord Bishop Chair, fellow Santa Clausians, ladies and gentlemen, education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. Adisadel College is an institution where students are trained to be problem solvers, to be thinkers, and not just fact learners. Academic work has been progressive and top-notch thanks to our immediate past academic headmaster, Mr. Adisadel, who devoted his time and energy to make sure that students gave up their best. The significant increase in the passes of the results of the just recent WASI is as a result of the indefatigable efforts of the teaching staff, the academic headmaster, and the good leadership of our headmaster. As the Swahili proverb will say, "Mteganya chanhugu hufa maskini," which means one who relies solely on a relative dies poor. The students also do their best to study very hard and not rely on their teachers. In the just ended WASI, the school recorded a whopping 18 A1s, with a huge other numbers recording 6 A1s and 7 A1s. Permit me to read the breakdown and percentage passes of the individual subjects. Core subjects: social studies recorded a 99.4% pass. English language recorded 99.4% pass. Mathematics, that is the core, recorded 98.6% pass. Integrated science, 99.4% pass. Let's look at the elective subjects. Business management recorded 99% pass. Financial accounting recorded a whopping 100% pass. Principle of cost accounting also recorded 100% pass. Biology recorded 99.3% pass. Chemistry recorded 99.5% pass. Physics 99.5% pass. Mathematics 97.5% pass. Economics 94.7% pass. Geography 99.4% pass. History 95.5% pass. Literature and English 80% pass. Government 94% pass. Christian religious studies 100% pass. French 78.0% pass. Music 95.8% pass. General knowledge in arts 100% pass. Graphic design also recorded 100% pass. Ceramics 100% pass. Sculpture 96.4% pass. Picture making 100% pass. And ICT 100% pass. These results are impressively good vis-a-vis our past performances, and this laudable improvement is as a result of the hard work of both the students and the teachers. Effective measures are being put in place to improve upon this year's results. Infrastructural development. My Lord Bishop Chair, honorable ladies and gentlemen, join me and let's say merci beaucoup to all the supporting old boys of the college for always reaching out to us if it comes to the pinch. Their contribution and their help has given a facelift to most buildings on campus and has also improved our social amenities. Houses like Ninth, Elliott, Canterbury, Hamlin, and Ebrazi had their washrooms refurbished. The public spiritedness of some parents and old boys was what triggered the augmentation of these washrooms. Hamlin House also saw a whole renovation of their house. Dormitories were painted, floors tiled, louver blades alternated, nets replaced, and fans in the dorms were also changed. Elliott House also had their dorms rewired, and as it is evident, most houses have been repainted. Let us appreciate the Santa 1997 year group for constructing the right wing upper terrace at the dining hall to reduce the congestion of students during school functions, for repainting the whole dining hall. Great men, yet damwase. As it is said in German, Alle Young Anfang ist schwer, which translates as all beginnings are difficult. So we didn't expect it to be easy, but in less than 1 year of starting the construction, the upper terrace has been duly completed and ready for use. Santa 97 year group, yet damwase. One infrastructure development worth noting is the ongoing construction of the Atumode House, which has been estimated to be completed by December this year. This project is being undertaken by the family members of Mr. Atumode, a son of the land who has peacefully exited the land of the living. We say, requiescat in paz, which is Latin for rest in peace. Our roads were also recently asphalted, which has made movement of vehicles in the school much comfortable. It has also beautified our school. Special events and awards. My Lord Bishop, ladies and gentlemen, the school has proven its proficiency in excellence and its adeptness at being the first, or with the first. The school has received a number of awards over the years, and this has been encouraging and has pushed us and is always pushing us to always give off our best. At the Senior High School Renewable Energy Challenge, held in the Central Region, our college came first. I am elated to announce the victory at the 2021 National Championship. This earned us an award as the best second cycle institution in Ghana. Conclusion and appreciation. My Lord Bishop Chair, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen, I believe my job here is done, having divulged the important aspects in the occurrences in the college. It is my humble appeal that Monday, 14th March 2022, be declared a holiday for both staff and students to take a rest from their hard labor. Before I take my seat, let me end with the words of Alfred Painter that saying thank you is more than good manners. It is good spirituality. Thank you to everyone present here for making it to this place and listening with rapt attention and making this day memorable. This is Adisadel College, the college set on a hill, the college whose shining light can never be concealed, the name that sends shivers down the spines of other schools, the land that makes great men. This is our own Adisco. As we are celebrating the penultimate age of 112, let us remember these words of Babe Ruth as I orate in Swedish. Who wet lax vi alla som jag het av guedes from Ghana. The gangs they had just two stanie individuella stanna revadom. Men non dom interspella tillsammans ekobbing klubben in advaravada en krona. This means the way a team plays determines its success. You may have the bunch of greatest individual stars in the world, but if they don't play together, the team won't be worth a dime. As Santa Clausians, we need to stick together and play as a team to reach the highest heights. Medaubiase, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Master Rulas Kelvin Kwete Demede, the head prefect of Adisadel College. Speech well delivered. Up next will be the Headmaster's annual report, Mr. Samuel Kofi Agudagu. Please, the Headmaster of the college. Let's give it up for him as he makes his way.
Hello. My Lord Bishop Chair and members of the board, Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Yao Ose Edichum, Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry, Honorable Alan John Kojo Tremantin, members of Parliament here gathered, Nane Iyaba, Directors of Education, Honorable Bishop of Cape Coast Diocese, past headmasters, members of Central Church, all Santa Clausians here gathered, members of staff, both teaching and non-teaching, parents, the media, invited guests, students, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and a very warm welcome to the college on the hill. The only college with a city on a hill. The only college with a White House for the honorable school prefects. The only college with a palace and a guest house for the headmaster. The only college with 83 steps linking its lower and upper schools, and ironically, with a PO box of 83. And the only college surrounded by green forests full of friendly monkeys. Bishop Chair, I warmly welcome our guest speaker as well as our guest of honor and all you present here on the 112th Speech, Prize Giving and Founders Day, where we are all gathered to celebrate the successes achieved by our students. The fact that you came from far and near in large numbers is a clear indication that the welfare of our college is dear to your hearts. On this special day, I will highlight the major achievements for the year under review, among some challenges, and I hope I'll do justice to all of them. Adisadel College is 112 years old. My Lord Bishop Chair, please permit me to share a brief about the college. Adisadel College is sited in the heart of Cape Coast and situated on a hill 3.8 kilometers north of Cape Coast Castle. It was established on the 4th of January 1910. It began with 29 boys, and the college motto is Vel Primus, Vel Cum Primis, translating into either the first or with the first. Adisadel College has a logo made up of 4 main important symbols, namely the crown, the bishop's mitre, the palm tree, and the gold balls. The crown signifies leadership and success. This has its source from the Queen of England because the college was established by the British. As a student of this college, you are expected, wherever you are, to be crowned with success. The bishop's mitre signifies the college is an Anglican school, and as such, every student, everyone who passes through this college is expected to be religious and show some good Christian character. The palm tree signifies usefulness. As we know, every part of the palm tree is useful. A student of the college is expected to be useful in all aspects of life and in society. The gold balls represent wealth in the student. Any student who passes through the college is expected to be crowned with success, to be rich, and to be endowed with wealth, both in knowledge and riches, and to share freely. The founder, St. Nicholas, worked very hard and became very rich, and as a result, he gave out free gifts to people. Hence the name Santa Claus, and hence Santa Clausians. I'm sure, my Lord Bishop, by now, several names of several renowned and prominent Ghanaians are ringing in our heads as far as Adisadel College is concerned. This is the Santa spirit. Well, a day like this makes me feel very proud to be a former student, now a teacher, and a headmaster for that matter. This is a day that sends me down memory lane. I can see myself today in the shoes of my former headmaster, Mr. Raf Aite, alias Agbanyo, of blessed memory. Casting my mind back several years, I can clearly recollect how I, as a little boy, together with my Santa 88 mates, was seeing our headmaster then. And that makes me realize how my dear young ones today will be seeing me. Indeed, no one chooses to become a teacher for money or fame. Teachers choose their profession to make a difference, to inspire, and to transform their students to be all that they can be. My Lord Bishop, ladies and gentlemen, these teachers are heroes, and they deserve every bit of respect we can give them. My Lord Bishop, STEM education is the order of the day in this 21st century. And some scholars think that the fine arts should be added to STEM. Hence, we're talking of STEAM education, SCEAM. In this education, we are expecting our future leaders to be taught the skill of developing hypotheses, to try and explain issues on their own, in their own way, given what they already know about that subject and how to test their hypothesis. Through this style of teaching, they would realize at an early age that science is not a series of facts to be chewed and poured during examination, but rather a way of thinking and doing things. Simply put, a way of life. And this can only be done by teachers of science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics education. STEM and STEAM teachers must continuously upgrade their professional knowledge and skills, thereby making science their way of life, and not just talk about it, but adopt innovative ways of teaching, such as the use of practical activities, hands-on, storytelling, role-play, visual clues, word games, build your model, science quiz, reward discovery, etc., etc. We must ensure that students from all backgrounds are given the chance to contribute meaningfully to the solution of all problems, as diversity in science and technology leads to diversity in problem solving and solutions. Today, while the students we teach are users of these technologies and other innovations, such as email, WhatsApp, mobile phones, etc., we as teachers and leaders must strive to make sure that these students become the makers of tomorrow's innovation. We should therefore be careful not to take for granted a lot of innovations that are at our everyday beck and call, and end up relegating ourselves to being a nation of users and adopters, but rather we must encourage, inspire, and remind our young people that those who invented and produced these technologies were once students like them. Today, they may seem to be doing nothing out of the ordinary by simply studying STEM and STEAM subjects, but believe you me, by applying their acquired STEM and STEAM skills, they will be able to come up with mind-blowing, brilliant ideas later on in life. It is also important for students, parents, and the entire community at large to understand that the future job prospects of our young ones lie in STEM education, and that government alone cannot do it all. Be it free education or not, we must all come on board to make it work and give hope to our young ones. We must work together and bounce back better. I can confidently say that Nana Uchensu Osei Nyampon the 6th and the 95-year group realized and knew this, hence their efforts to get the school a STEM house. Here today, the entire Adisadel College community is proud to announce that we have a 2-story, 6-lab STEM building on our campus. Maybe the first in Ghana. Nana and the 95-year group, we are grateful. My Lord Bishop Chair, ladies and gentlemen, we don't need anyone to tell us how dear STEM education is to our Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Yao Osei Idichum. He is very passionate about STEM education. Without taking the wind out of his pipe, I think the Honorable Minister will give us a shocker today. The achievements of the young students in the college are nothing short of outstanding, and each of them, plus the hundreds of students not here today, but just completed and not recognized today, should be celebrated by all of us. Now I come to student enrollment. My Lord Bishop Chair, we were over 3,000 as at last year, but now we are just above 2,000 waiting for the fresh students, the arrival of the Form 1s. I would guess, as old boys of the college, you may be not quite excited about the growing numbers without the corresponding infrastructure expansion. But every child deserves the right to education. And increasing numbers or not, my staff and I are determined to turn out graduates who are not just educated, but who will stand out from the crowd in their future lives as interesting individuals of good character, who possess the skill set and the mindset to make the most of a fast, ever-changing future world. And above all, who will make a positive difference in the world. Adisadel College, our dear school, has come a long way, weathering the storm and still being the first or with the first as far as secondary education and its co-curricular activities are concerned. But is this achievement enough? if I may ask? The answer is a big no. My dear students and staff, we need to lift up our game. WASI 2021. My Lord Bishop Chair, ladies and gentlemen, our general percentage pass in the 2020 WASI was 95.3%. Our quality percentage pass was 63.4%. That is those who obtained grades from A1 to B3. We had only 8 A's. And we had 7 A's. The good news is that all those who fell within the 63.4% were more likely to have been given their first choice of tertiary education. The 2021 WASI result of the college has a massive leap in performance over that of the 2020. As you heard from the school prefect, we had 18 8As. For a very long time, the school has never recorded such. As many as 21 of them had 7 8As compared to only 7 last year. Discipline and students' welfare in the college. As other colleges have our issues, we cannot say that everything is perfect. In general, discipline within the ranks of both staff and students is satisfactory. However, the situation cannot be said to be perfect since a few staff members, as well as some students have had to be cautioned verbally, receive written queries, and even sanctioned. The college has never compromised on issues that border on discipline. The school has always been fair and firm in dealing with both students and staff as far as welfare and discipline are concerned. The college considers discipline as the hallmark of success, hence our continuous insistence on enforcing it to the latter. Some parents, for reasons best known to them, make instilling discipline in their wards a challenge. We fervently plead with parents, guardians, and all well-wishers to lend us their support, to instill the needed discipline in our future leaders, for one can only attempt to solve and may succeed in solving a challenge if and only if he or she accepts that there is a challenge that needs to be tackled. Both the Ghana Education Service Unified Code of Discipline and the college rules and regulations are used to interpret offenses and prescribe sanctions. National Science and Maths Quiz. My Lord Bishop Chair, the school took part in the 2021 National Science and Maths Quiz competition held in KNUSC Kumasi from the 12th November to the 3rd of December 2021. Unfortunately for us, we were kicked out in the quarterfinals. Even though our performance last year was not the best, we were not the only top school in Central Region that was kicked out. In fact, out of all the top schools in Central Region, it was only Wesley Girls that moved to the next level. And as we keep on saying, we are not competing with anyone. We just want to be the best. That's why we say, welcome premise. My Lord Bishop, ladies and gentlemen, Adisadel College is not doing badly at all in the other co-curricular activities. The college is doing well in areas of debate, sports, photography, regimental, cadet, choir, and robotics, etc. In the robotics, for example, we were second in the national competition in 2020. But for the 2021 under review, in category A, international award competition, best activity group, we were first in the world. Robotics Game Award, we were second in Africa. Category B, National Award, First Lego League Competition 2021, Robotics Game. First Lego Competition 2021, overall best, we were first. This achievement earned the college an award at the prestigious Osaberma Royal Award. The college also took part in the second The college also took the second position in the Regional Senior High School Renewable Energy Challenge, and we were third in the Independence Quiz competition. Our robotics team was led by Mrs. Rosemary Baden, who was assisted by Reverend David Kwampa and Mr. Stephen Kunto Mensah. They were sponsored by the Ioba NA, the Adisadel College Foundation of NA, and some prominent individuals such as Ambrose Mensah, Santa 76, Mark K. Agri, Santa 82, and Kwabena Sapon, Santa 77, who are all in the United States of America. Transfer of staff and appointment. My Lord Bishop, ladies and gentlemen, we had some transfers within the year of review. Miss Nellie Hagan has been transferred, and she's been replaced by Miss Ellen Boatima. Mr. Francis Atu Davis has been appointed the headmaster of JE Mills Senior High School, and it has been replaced by Mr. Joseph Mensah. Miss Josephine Ampon Mensah has also been brought into the school. Resignation from GES. Miss Joy Boy, an English and literature teacher, has resigned from the school. Retirement. Mrs. Rosemary Baden, she was the head of ICT and she was the coordinator for the robotics, is on retirement. Miss Miriam Osmanu, a non-teacher, has also gone on retirement. We are also grateful and proud to say that about 95% of our roads in the college has been given an asphalt overlay. Two sides of a coin. When there's daylight, there's also darkness. As we're talking of the good news, we also have some bad news. We lost some staff during the year under review. Miss Elizabeth Ophelia Nyatuame, Mrs. Boshon, is no more with us. She died early January. We also lost some old boys. I can't mention all of them. But one Dr. Albert Richardson, a center in the UK, is also no more with us. Projects. Get Fund projects. We have a 450 capacity dormitory block, a 12-unit 2-story classroom block, 8-unit 4-story flat, a 3,000 capacity centenary auditorium, and an ICT center. This is where we are now, seated here. A 2-story 12-unit classroom block, another 2-story 12-unit classroom block, 2-story 16-unit dormitory block. In fact, Get Fund, for that matter, government is doing so well. We are so grateful. Project by PA. We have a 3-story ICT center that's under construction, and we also have a 13-seater toilet facility that has been pulled down to be resited to pave way for another huge dormitory block. Year group activities. I cannot find the right words to appreciate our old boys, but to say a big thank you and that others have labored and we share in their glory. Ours is to do more exploit to add to their gain. Notably amongst the old boys' activities on campus are renovation of the Acropolis, that's the Headmaster's Palace, renovation of the Mesa Main Gate, that's the gate at Adisadel Village, extension of the dining hall, which was unveiled or commissioned today, this morning. Construction of a new dormitory, which is being done by the family of a departed Santa at Tumod. Construction of a STEM house, which I've mentioned earlier. Renovation of respective houses. In fact, so many of the houses have been renovated. Painting of parts of the college, donation of desktop computers, construction of a new library complex, sponsoring of the robotics team, sponsoring of the Cadet Corps, sponsoring of the music and PE department, personal donation both in cash and kind, etc., etc. We are most grateful to you. My Lord Bishop Chair, I would like on behalf of the Adisadel College community to say a huge thank you to the government of Ghana, the Ministry of Education, the Ghana Education Service, our fantastic board of governors, the Anglican Church, Santa 88, the Parents Association, who put in severally and in diverse ways so many unnoticed, unpaid, and largely unrecognized hours on behalf of their community. The beating heart of a school is its students, supported by a committed network of adults. The community of stakeholders say thank you to you, the student body, for submitting yourselves to be trained and molded, and for allowing us, the adults, to inculcate in you the vital traits needed for positive adult life. I would like to say thank you to the staff, both teaching and non-teaching, who I know work very hard to maintain not just the high academic aspirations we all dream of, but also all the other events and activities which make this college so special. None of this would have been possible without the support of our wonderful parents. And I'm grateful for the trust and confidence you continue to place in our teachers and the wider Adisadel College community. My Lord Bishop Chair, finally, to the hosting year group, the 1997 year group, I say you do all. My Lord Bishop, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for the audience. God bless.
Thank you very much, the headmaster of the college, Mr. Samuel Kofi Agudogu. We'll move on, like we've already been told, to item 17 that is addressed by the NEC president, Dr. Daniel Oredu, Santa 75. Please, a round of applause for the NEC president.
Before I start my speech, let me thank the regimental band and the cadet corps for a very good show. Mr. Board Chairman, Right Reverend Alexander K. Asma, Bishop of the Diocese of Sekondi, board members, guest speaker, Honorable Dr. Yao Osei Educhum, Minister of Education, guest of honor, Honorable Alan Kodio Chirmantin, Santa 1970, Minister of Trade and Industry, special guest, Dr. Ni Naku Kweno, Santa 66, computer scientist and engineer, Major General Francis Ofori, Santa 78, commander of the Kofi Annan Peacekeeping Center, Osaberima Kwesiata II, Ogwa Mahini, Regional Director of Education, the Bishop of Cape Coast, Right Reverend Bishop Atabafo, the old headmasters, HKK Graham and Mr. Kusiabua, Mr. Headmaster, faculty, staff, students, proud Santa Clausians, stakeholders, members of the media, all protocols observed. 112 years ago, the then Bishop of Accra, Nathaniel Temple Hamlin, had a vision of educating and training young men in preparation for the priesthood in the Anglican Church of Ghana. His vision became a reality with the founding of St. Nicholas Grammar atop Adisadel has attracted and produced thousands of students across generations, many of whom have distinguished themselves in various professions and industries with outstanding and unprecedented accomplishments. The Adisadel spirit, which meant be prepared to serve your school at all times, was birthed at Top Yard and evidenced not only in academics, but also in sports and other areas. It was exemplified by students. It was and is the Adisadel spirit of self-help and determination, the force that propels students and staff at Top Yard to resolve to make the hilltop the repository of scholarship and fame. That was then. The Adisadel spirit thrives on. Today, Adisadel College has blossomed to become one of the prestigious and productive educational institutions on the continent. It was recently ranked as one of the most influential secondary institutions in Africa. Our old boys include eminent academics, legendary professional engineers, seasoned statesmen, Supreme Court justices, kings, industrialists, business moguls, politicians, bishops, and famous clergy and evangelists. As an educational institution, over 112 years, Adisadel has many stakeholders whose direct and indirect support and goodwill have been indispensable to the growth and expansion of the institution, and without whom Adisadel may not be where it is today. We intend to capitalize on the generosity and interest of all our stakeholders and leverage their resources and capabilities to enhance the strategic and operational decisions. In this regard, it is pleasing to tell you, my Lord Bishop and Honorable Minister for Education, in the last 10 years, Adisadel Old Boys have invested more than $2 million in multiple legacy projects. The recent one is the beautiful extension to the dining hall by the 97-year group, which we witnessed today. Major renovations of all the dormitories, the digital museum, and other facelift development projects. As I speak, there are multiple development projects on campus, totally sponsored by Old Boys, including a new dormitory sponsored by the family of the late Atumold Santa 89. The fundamental structures undergirding our local, regional, and national economies have changed and continue to be dynamically transformed. Commentators and analysts have coined many labels to depict these multiple facets and dimensions of these new emerging economies. While these developments and trends have imposed significant demands and challenges of education, training, and development in the 21st century, scholars, researchers, and practitioners from across industries share the consensus that the economic future of any city, region, nation will be predicated on the ability to foster change by promoting and advancing creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship in education and other social and economic sectors. The Greek philosopher Heraclitus said many centuries ago that the only thing constant is change. Similarly, Albert Einstein, perhaps the most illustrious scientist, said, the measure of intelligence is the ability to change. And if you are not changing, you are not growing. If you are not growing, you are not being intelligent. Change starts with a powerful and compelling vision. Our vision is a collective one, a productive and progressive one involving all stakeholders, constituencies, and interest groups of Adisadel College, including but not limited to the current students, teaching and non-teaching staff, the community, Anglican Church of Ghana, Adisadel Old Boys Association, Government of Ghana, and the local and regional municipalities. All hands should be on deck to execute these productive and progressive and necessary changes. The Adisadel spirit, the propelling force that empowers service to the school and the pursuit of self-determination, is enshrined in Old Boys and will become indispensable in the 21st century. A notable and shining example of the Adisadel spirit is the STEM building, which has come under the sponsorship of Nana Osenyampon VI, our esteemed Santa 68. Nana, Yadawase. We are also pleased to say that the government of Ghana, through the Minister for Education, which he will confirm from the horses home one, has agreed to fund the machinery and equipment to make the laboratories completely and fully operational. Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Adisadel Old Boys Association also intends to relaunch a $3 million trust fund this year to support development projects in the school. Similarly, the formulation and implementation of a strategic plan is in the works. We are also upgrading our school websites. A lot of changes are in play, all propelled and empowered by the Adisadel spirit. You may be called upon to contribute to your quota. Just remember, when it is time for you to do your part, others have labored and we share the glory. Ours is to do exploits and add to the gain. Those who come after us will take up our story. May it be worthy of singing again. Play up, Santa Clausians. Thank you, old boys, for your numerous contributions to Adisadel. Thank you all for your kind attention. Finally, can I ask through the minister that the old boys get a big quota when it comes to student admissions, so that I know I speak for all of you. This, I believe, will engender a lot of support from old boys, and it will help us make sure we're pinning down the values, and the parents will support us. Thank you, Minister, for your understanding.
So that was the NEC President, Dr. Daniel Oredu, Santa 75. Let me take a minute and run you by some guests who just made their appearance a while ago. We have in our presence Nana Uchasum Osai Nyampong, the Sixth, Santa 69. Should I say the godfather of Santa 95? He main sponsor of the STEM block that's being put up down there, if you know what I'm talking about. A round of applause for him once again. We also have Colonel Eric Boamponsem, Santa 86, the current parade commander of the 65th Sixth March that was just held in Cape Coast. Yes, he was the parade commander, and he is a proud Santa 86, and he is here with us. You know why we own the land, once again. All right, so we'll move on, and we'll now take the speech from the Minister of Education, Honorable Dr. Yao Osei Edichum, as we go on. Please, a round of applause for our Minister.
I will recognize Your Grace, the Archbishop of the Internal Province of Ghana, in absentia, colleague Lord Bishops, Nananum, Honorable Ministers of State, Board of Governors of Adisadel College, Santa Clausians, invited dignitaries, school management team and staff, stakeholders, students, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, I am exceedingly grateful and honored to introduce to you our guest speaker for the celebration of our 112th anniversary celebration on this auspicious day. The theme, reshaping secondary education to equip and produce the required entrepreneurs in the 21st century, the role of stakeholders and the state stimulates and provides remedy to acquiring skills that will boost and enable the youth become employable, enhance their livelihood, make them socio-economically resourceful, globally competitive and attractive when it comes to the labor market. I feel so elated. Why? Because if one takes a closer look at the alchemy of the achieving person, multifacets, virtues, upsurges. Besides perseverance and hard work, among these facets are pioneering spirit and willingness. Our guest speaker is a living idiom. Coupled with impressive background, it was not surprising that he was part of the task force established by the National Research Center for Career and Technical Education in high schools and colleges in the United States of America. This person, from a humble beginning at Jachi in the Ashanti region, obtained a bachelor's degree in land economy, business administration, with a major in real estate from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, Ghana, and holds a master's degree in education management from the University of La Verne, California, and a PhD in educational policy, planning, and administration from the University of Southern California. He is also an alumnus of Kumasi High School in Ashanti region, where he obtained advanced level education certificate. He is a founder of New Designs Charter Schools in Los Angeles, in California. Prior to this, he worked as mathematics and information technology teacher at the Manual Arts High School in Los Angeles, California for 10 years. During this period, he founded the International Studies Academy, which served as a small teaming community for students to thrive academically and socially. He also served as a lead mathematics teacher at the University of California Manual Arts Neighborhoods Academy Initiative. He is so passionate about education. Education is what has brought him thus far and afforded him all the opportunities he's had. Born in the deprived town of Jati, his only lifeline was education. He dreams of a Ghana where every child, regardless of their background, whether poor or privileged, will be afforded equal opportunity, access, equity, quality, and relevance is what he intends to bring to education in Ghana. He believes that a whole school reform, emphasis on STEM and STEAM, a review of our curriculum to make our graduates fit for purpose will drive a socio-economic development in Ghana, and getting it right will turn the fortunes of the nation around. He has a dream, and that dream is that our education will be able to shape the aspirations of Ghanaians for the transformation that we all seek. He believes that to prepare Ghanaian students to be career ready, schools need to teach and adopt the 4 C's of the 21st century skills, which are critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication. As the Minister of Education, he is honored and humbled by the confidence entrusted in him by the President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with standing ovation to introduce and welcome Dr. Yao Osei Educhu to the podium as our guest speaker.
Lord Bishop, this is the best introduction I've ever received. Because, you know, politicians, they don't introduce us that much. They will just say the member of parliament for this place or the minister for this, and then you come to the podium and you speak. So this is a pleasant surprise. At least the audience knows something about me. Thank you so much, Chairman, Lord Bishop, our Mahine of Ogwa traditional area, Nana Osaberima. It's an honor to have you here with us. The guest, a special guest, my colleague, Honorable Alan Kojotre Martin, past students, old students, invited guests, our special and precious, our students, parents. In Ghana, you have to be careful. In America, you just say, ladies and gentlemen, then you go away. Distinguished old students, people who have proven yourselves to the world, eminent clergy, other Anglican bishops, and other clergy from other churches. It's indeed an honor to be here today. It is education that allows a young man who went to Jache Pramso Senior High School to come and address Adisadel college students. Yesterday, when we did, today, when we did the unveiling of the plaque, I saw my name there and I became very emotional. I never thought a day will come when my name will be found on an edifice at a disco. And today I've seen it, and I'm grateful to the 1997 year group and to this great institution. I know the NEC chair was talking about you are one of the best schools in Africa. No, you are one of the best schools in the world. You are one of the best schools in the world. Your school compares to any school you can find anywhere in the United States of America. And you can compete and beat students there. You have what it takes to be the best in the world. It's easy. You know, if this was United States of America, you'd be competing with a top elite prep schools, not even public schools. You're a great institution. You know, when people talk about free senior high school, the first critique that they will say is that you've increased the numbers and you destroy quality. What you have done here are proving that critics wrong. Your performance is better today than before the free senior high school started. I know you were talking about your numbers. At the Ministry of Education, we are more interested in the number, the percentage of students who qualify to go to the university. And your percentage is 90% plus, one of the best in the country. We are yet to do the analysis, but you are one of the best in the country. I'm excited about the role of the old students here. Recently, they did an online workshop and they invited me to speak. I said, wow, that is nice that the old boys are so much into the future and the growth of their institution. The Ministry of Education is excited about what is going on here. Your initiative about the STEM is something we are happy to support. As the headmaster said, and I think the NEC chair also said it, we are partnering with you. We are going to equip your STEM center with all the tools that are necessary. So the company should be visiting this upcoming week to build the actual lab, to bring in all the cabinets and everything that needs to be there. And then thereafter, another company will deliver the equipment for your biology, chemistry, and physics labs. Before other schools stepped into the science space, you were in that space. You were the leaders in science. and we want to make sure we equip your school to be able to do just that. Your learning culture is second to none, and you are going to be very helpful to us as we begin to look at how do we operationalize new schools. We are creating an affiliation program. So new schools that are coming up will be affiliated with existing high-performing schools so that they can learn your best practices, so that it doesn't have to take them 50 years to become like you and maybe they may never catch up. We want new schools to be affiliated with institutions like yours so that within a period of about 10 years, they will get your DNA. They will have your best practices. So we want to extend your culture to other schools. As I look at the presentation by the SRC president, I said to myself, Adisco is the place where the past meets the present in order to create the future. So you see the past here. Look at how he's dressed and his eloquence, and I've never met any SRC president deliver that way. He was not using at a script, looking at the script. He was just standing there talking. I said, wow, that's interesting. That is very interesting. Your respect for the culture of our nation and your ability to also look into the future by taking leadership in the area of STEM is something that is commendable. I just want you to know that the world is changing. The world is changing and it's changing so fast. We are in the fourth industrial revolution. Everything that we know as the status quo is changing right in front of us. And if our society does not change, we are going to be in trouble. Technology is changing everything. It's no longer the world of computer scientists no, we're talking about in every field of endeavor. Technology is changing what we do in law, in production, every aspect of industry. Technology is changing and it's replacing the status quo. Our ability to really ensure that we produce the men and women with the requisite skills to operate in all fields of endeavor is what will make our nation great. I believe that the future of this nation is bright. That better days are rather ahead of us and not behind us. It's not going to be about talking about the good old days. Yes, the old days probably were good, but the future is better. But that future is going to be better because we have students like you at Adisco, very enterprising. And once we begin to take advantages or opportunities that is being created by this government, we're going to see a new day and a new dawn in the future of this country. You have great individuals that have passed through this campus. And I don't want to mention names because I may leave out the ones that I don't know. But I'll tell you that I came with my brother, Honorable Alan Kojoche Martin. I sit through cabinet with him, very nice man. And I've known him since he was ambassador to the United States. Then I was the president of the Ghana Association of Southern California, and I worked closely with him in the United States before now, and he's doing a fantastic job for our great nation. One district, one factory is providing something that is going to turn around the fortunes of this country. But we cannot get the industry to thrive if we don't change our education system. If we don't transform our education system, our industries will not be able to compete. So as I look at your theme and you're talking about changing secondary education and focusing on entrepreneurship and transformation of this country, this couldn't have come at a better time. It's coming at a time when we truly need to change the fortunes of this country. Our president is laying a strong foundation for socio-economic transformation. I'll just share something with you in terms of how other nations have changed their fortunes through education. There's something called the gross tertiary enrollment ratio. Simply put, you are looking at a proportion of your young adults and young men and women who are in the tertiary space. And that will truly begin to inform you as to why we need a free senior high school, in case anybody doubts why it is needed. The gross tertiary enrollment ratio is what can tell you your country is moving up or is not moving up. Our percentage in Ghana is now 20%, but South Korea is 93.6%. Other countries that have transformed their fortunes are looking at 85%. If you don't get to 40%, you will not see the transformation. When you get to 40% and 50%, then you have the critical mass that can then bring about transformation in your country. You know, in the 1980s, the World Bank told us that we should focus on basic education. And so we did. We removed subsidies from tertiary education. We said that tertiary education was a private good, and it was good for the individual and not for the country. We were so wrong, listening to the World Bank. Countries that charted a different course are today doing much better than we did and than we are doing. So when you hear the President of the Republic talk about the fact that by 2030, the gross tertiary enrollment of Ghana should be 40%, he's talking about a plan that will lead to a transformation of our nation. But access is not enough. The quality of the education is so critical. So when we talk about quality, we are not just talking about the large number of students that go through the education system. We are talking about a different way of teaching and learning, a different way that allows the students to become the center of instruction in the classroom, a different way that allows us to run away from rote memorization to a kind of education system when students are front and center, using constructivist approach where students add value to what the teacher is teaching in the classroom. Not a situation where you only have to give back what the teacher has given to you. It's not a situation where the best and the brightest we find in our nation are those who can do rote memorization. In Ghana, we call that chew, pour, pass, and forget. A very dangerous way of doing education. You chew, pour. If you don't happen to come from a disco, you may not even pass. So sometimes I call it chew, pour, fail, and be forgotten. Because vast majority of the students who memorize don't pass. So I heard the headmaster talk about STEAM. Yes, cross-cutting of STEM should be the fine arts. You have to make sure it's incorporated into your curriculum. Incorporated in such a way that the creative energies of the children are incorporated into the STEM environment. And that is when you bring about the future leaders of our nation in industry, future innovators. So that is why my favorite group of students are visual arts students. Those who do visual arts, they are my favorite. In many schools, you go there and they don't respect them. And they talk about those who are doing science as the most respected. No. Visual arts, they are the most creative minds we have in this country. 2 years ago, 80,000 of them sat for the WASI. And you know, somebody who can look at you and draw you, imagine a bridge, a building, you are saying cannot be an engineer. So who are engineers? Engineering came from art. And then when you're doing engineering, you have to do some engineering drawing and a number of things. But those who know how to draw are not allowed. I tell the story of Kojo Mensah, who had a dream, and God was telling him that, Kojo, you're going to be the best engineer in the world. And he said, God, no, it cannot happen. And God said, I created you, Kojo, why are you doubting me? And he said, I'm growing up in Ghana, and I'm a visual arts student, and I will never be an engineer. But what Kojo didn't know was that God knew he was going to end up in America. And in America, they will assist him to become the engineer that he wants to become. University of Mines and Technology has started a new program called Pre-Engineering Program that allows students to change their minds in case they did not get the right counseling and end up doing business or general. So far, they can prove themselves. They will get opportunity to do other courses that our universities are saying they can do. But it also tells us that we need to create more opportunities for as many students as possible to engage in STEM early on. That is why I'm excited about what the president is helping us do, setting up 700 smart classrooms in various primary schools across the country. In all those classrooms, they will have 50 devices, tablets, to begin to ensure that those students will interface with technology at an early age. The Ministry of Education and Ghana Education Service also want to double science enrollment in our high schools. At this point, we have an average of 12% of our students doing science. In a school like yours, the percentage may be higher. In other places, maybe 2%. In some schools, it may be 0. Because we are all waiting to have the lab and other gadgets. But we can leapfrog as a nation by using virtual lab. I give you a projector, I give you a laptop, and content developed by Center for Open Distance and Open Learning, CENDLOS, and you have virtual lab activities, simulated lab activities that you can do. So even if you don't have a science lab, we can still engage in science, and that is something that we are doing in the short term as we retool science labs across the country. Under this budget, the government has approved funding for 420 science labs to be built across the country. This budget has 35 super STEM high schools. 10 of them will be done this year. This budget has 12 TVET schools like KTI in Kumasi, 12 of them going to be built. We have 5 STEM universities that are going to be done under this budget. And that is why this budget is not all about e-levy. There's more to this budget, but e-levy will propel us and give us the necessary funding to do more beyond what is currently in this budget. Ghana is moving forward in the area of STEM education, and we have to make giant strides to change the way we teach the students. Critical thinking should be part of what we do. Besides critical thinking, creativity should be emphasized. Effective communication cannot be left out, and collaboration. Our students should be taught how they can collaborate with one another to produce outcomes that may initially not be expected, but will be possible because we are bringing our ideas together. And consequently, it fertilizes the ecosystem to be able, in order to, for us to produce different outcomes. Today, when I watched the band, it was a demonstration of teamwork. It wasn't one person. It wasn't one person marching. It was a whole group of people working in unison to do something that entertained all of us. Discipline through the Cadet is something that Ministry of Education is concerned about. We need to support you so that more members of the school community will be part of the Cadet. And Headmaster, we can have communication about that. Any assistance that you need, we'll be able to support you to do that. If we strengthen our Cadet, we are removing indiscipline. Discipline is reinforced through cadets. So you have a long history of cadets, and we want to encourage you to enhance it, to improve it, to add more students, and we'll support you in that endeavor. All students, we are so proud of what you have done for this school. You are one of the finest in that area. Looking at the investment that you are making, the new reading center going to cost you $200,000. And that is something that I will commend you for. I think the 1998 year group is going to do that. And probably they took a cue from 1997 year group and what they did. And now they're also going to do something. Let's wait and see what 1999 will do. And probably 2000 will do even more. So your history is commendable. The kind of work that you are doing here is something that the world needs to know. That old boys will not just say old boys, but they will do something to really change their school. We are willing to work with you in all areas of endeavor. to really put this school at the top, at the helm. I'm also looking forward to the day where we will eliminate double track from your school. It's a simple formula. You know, this year we are in the transition from double track to single track. In plain language, this is what it means. We don't want to reduce enrollment at Adisadel in order for us to change the school from double track to single track. What we are doing is to provide you the facilities that will enable you to accommodate the about 3,000 students who are here. Once you get you all those facilities, then we say, okay, there's no point having you in different batches. All of you should come together and become a school where we all open 1 year, 1 day, and we all close 1 day. And that is something that we're going to work with your headmaster to do. Our headmaster, have your strategic plan to ensure that your school become a single track again. And once you tell us that if you finish this dorm, finish this classroom, give me one more, my school can be a single track, then we all focus on that and deliver, give you the facilities so that you get some break. I know when it's a double track, you don't have a break, and we don't want that. So we're going to work with the headmaster to ensure that Adisadel will be returned to a single track status. That is a commitment from the government, and we're going to work with you to ensure that it happens. I can say without that this must be probably the topmost school of Anglicans. Is that right? Okay. And we are going to work with Anglican Church to ensure that this institution can also mentor the new Anglican Church schools so that you can really transform all those schools to a point that will have more Adisadels. And I think that is the most important thing. That you know what it takes to become a great institution. Your history, your culture should be shared with other institutions so that we can truly transform the secondary education space. In order to show you how well you're doing, understand that about 40% of our schools have a pass rate of about 10%, and you have 90%. That is huge. And when I say pass, I don't mean D7 and I don't mean E8. I mean up to C6. So 90% is no mean accomplishment. So you need to pat yourselves on the back. Now to the students, you are lucky. You are in a school where you have great examples of people who have distinguished themselves. You have no excuse not giving up your best. The learning culture is here. With the support of your teachers, you can do some great things. So if you happen to be a student at a disco, you can do more than other students in other schools. So to whom much is given, much is expected. We expect you to do more. Understand that one of the things that make you successful is to develop a habit of reading. Reading is not about reading books that have been assigned to you by the teacher. That is easy. Reading when you pick up books and you read and nobody has asked you to read a book. To build on your intellect and begin to understand that all knowledge in the world is hidden in books, and it's for yours to discover and improve yourself. Begin to understand that you are not born to become an average person. And in case you haven't read it yet, research on what is called the hero's journey. The hero's journey. In the US, all high school students write an essay on the hero's journey. It's part of their English class. Even in junior high school, they begin to write about the hero's journey. How do people become heroes? What is it that they do? Unless you know and you begin to understand the theory of success, it's difficult for you to succeed. Between the hero's journey and the idea of 10,000-hour rule, if you understand that early on in your life and you begin to look at your life in terms of how the people succeed, Why is it that other people did not succeed? You talk about the hero's journey and begin to look at the fact that every one of us get a call on our lives at certain stages in our lives. When something tells you that you can be the best in something, you can build the best hospital the world has ever known. And then something tells you, no, you can't. There's no reason why somebody like you can. You battle with your mind, you battle with yourself, you refuse the call to go on that adventure. And then one day you meet a mentor, you meet somebody who talks to you and make you feel like it can be done. Then you embark on the adventure, you meet challenges on your way, and sometimes you want to give up. Then you forge ahead, and one day you begin to see that you have succeeded. Even in the time of success, you meet challenges, and you go through what is called the innermost cave, a time of huge challenges and aggravation. Your dream may have taken a nosedive, but you work on, and we call something returning of the elixir. It's almost like a resurrection. Then you are called a hero. You are called somebody who has succeeded. But what people may not know, that you may have put in a lot of hours. You hear of the Michael Jacksons, Serena Williams, and our own distinguished Santa Clausians, Dr. Keynote, and many others who have succeeded. And somehow you think, oh, they just succeeded. No, they're putting in hours and hours of trial and error. Sometimes they've invested themselves into themselves in such a way that they emerge victorious in their pursuit. And it's documented that there's something called the 10,000-hour rule. I know the city that the Williams sisters grew up in, the tennis greats, very poor city in the United States of America, a city called Compton. Nothing much was happening there. But the father was determined that her girls would become the best. There's been a movie on them now. And in fact, the father planned their future before they were born. And when they were born, he started them on a course, trained them. They put in so many hours that they became successful. The world came to know them as the Serena Williams and all those people. But they had put in a lot of time. I want to encourage you young men here that you can be the best in the world, not the best in Ghana, not the best in Africa. You can be the best in the world, but you have to decide to invest effort and time and hours into your pursuit. Begin to understand that somebody did WhatsApp and you can do WhatsApp. Maybe you're going to do something better than WhatsApp. There's so much that you can do. And don't limit yourself. And don't say to yourself, because I'm from this background, I cannot be. And for those of you who happen to come from rural backgrounds, from Zongos, and from very deprived backgrounds, don't compare yourself to the people you left behind and say to yourself, I've made it. Wow, look at me. I come from Abono and now I'm at Disco. Don't see that an achievement in itself. Disco is giving you a platform to become successful beyond your wildest imagination. So don't be complacent. Don't say to yourself, I've made it. Whoever thought a young man from Esanse Bontefufu will get to a disco? Once you get here, compete with everyone. Don't wait to go back to your village and brag about a disco. Yeah, you're at a disco, but you need to beat the competition at a disco and become the best that the world has ever known. Young men, don't limit yourself. I grew up in Jachi, son of a cocoa farmer. So my life was shared between Antubam in Manswa, Memphis, in some village there, and Jachi. Before I started school, I was on the farm, weeding around the cocoa farm with my machete. My father said he was training me so that one day I can be a good farmer. I had the opportunity of going to senior high school. But I'll tell you one thing. When I got to America and I became a teacher, I could have been complacent. I could have said to myself, look at me, that young man from Antubam and Jachi, now in America, I'm a teacher. Wow. No. I felt strongly that what the white men were doing, I could do it. And that if they were building schools, how come I can't build schools too? And that is what has made me who I am today. When the President of the Republic was a candidate running for office and he visited my school, and my brother was there at the school too, Honorable Alankojo was at the school. And he asked me, how did you do this? A Ghanaian in America, building schools for Americans, how did you make it? And I'm the shy type. I didn't want people there to feel like I'm bragging. So I said, no, I'll talk to you later. He said, no, say it for everybody to hear. And I said it. What I didn't know was that he was going to invite me to come back to Ghana. So he said, would you consider coming back to Ghana to help me change the education system? Scratching my head, I said, this man doesn't know where I grew up and how I've landed here, having the American dream. And you want me to come back to Ghana? I'll say it to myself. But long story short, I heeded his advice to come back to Ghana, especially when he told me he was going to do free senior high school. And I saw that what we've done in the US with the year-round schools and double-track schools was what we could use in Ghana to deal with the numbers. So I said to him, I'll consider. I considered it. I became a member of parliament. And I remember when I came, most people told me I was going to lose the election. He said, you don't know Ghanaian politics. You want to come from America and become a member of parliament. But I also did the American thing. I hired a researcher who went through all the polling stations and did a scientific poll for me, and I knew I was going to win. But my competitor always said, you are going to lose. And I was so happy that he was underrating me. Ended up with 72% of the primary votes, moved to parliament, deputy minister, now minister for it. I'm telling this story for the young men to know that where you come from should not limit you. It really doesn't matter where you come from. Once you get to a disco, you are just like anybody else. Don't allow anybody to put you down because you come from a village. You can do well. This school is different. The culture here is different. The spirit here is different. The Anglican spirit is working here. It will transform you if you allow yourself to be transformed. You know, I always have to be mindful of how long I speak. You know, I'm a politician. We have to talk for living, right? You know, some politicians have lost their seats because they couldn't speak in parliament, right? And then I'm a teacher. Teachers also talk for living. So when you combine these two professions, you have to be always reminding yourself that you don't have to overstay your welcome. But I just want you to know I'm excited to be here. I consider myself an honorary old boy of Adisadel. And my year group is 1983. So I have to join them. But I'm sure they've done their part. So next year, I'll join the 1998 group in the project that they're doing. So they said they were raising $200,000, right? Okay. I'll give them $5,000. So I hope now I qualify as an honorary old boy. I'm so grateful to be here. If you see me leaving, it's because another assignment is taking me to Kumasi. But I love your school, and I have declared myself an honorary old boy. And maybe one day you confer that on me. Yeah, but I love this school. I love the spirit here. You're a little bit tough, and I like it. Thank you, Honorable Chairman, and thank you, old boys. Thank you, every one of you. Thank you so much.
Beautiful speech done right there by the Minister of Education, Honorable Dr. Yao Osei Edichu. Beautifully done. So he was talking about being the best in the world and not limiting yourself. Okay, so the next president would want to say something.
Thank you so much for for electing to be an honorary old boy. We gladly accept you into our fold. And on that note, we would like to take the opportunity to give you a few memorabilia that will signify that we've got a school crest and a tie pin with a school crest as well. We've got a saddle mug and a school cloth.
And now the Minister of Education is a Santa Clausian as well. So, as I was saying earlier, in his quest of us being the best in the world, of course, we have already started this exploit. We can talk about fiber optics and how important it is in technology these days. If you didn't know, Dr. Thomas Owusu-Mensah, who is the inventor of fiber optics and nanotechnology, of course, is a proud Santa Clausian. And so we have started being the best in the world already. So imagine if we have the STEM building ready now to delve into it. Just imagine what we will be doing here. Let me also remind you that Dr. Avi K. Kluje Jr. is a senior NASA spacecraft system engineer, a rocket scientist, also a Santa Clausian. So the best in the world, we have started. But of course, we are giving, or the opportunity is now going to be given to provide or produce more best in the world from now. Let me acknowledge the presence of Squadron Leader Retired Charles Williams Stanley Pierre, Santa 61. He has been the longest serving board chair. From 1989 to 2000, he was the board chair. And the left wing of the D Hall, which the Santa 97 have done the right wing, the left wing is named after him. And so if you see the left wing, this is the man we're talking about. Once again, Squadron Leader Retired Charles Williams Stanley Pierre. Sir, you are welcome. Oh, if you are thirsty, I'm sure you have seen the SDK mineral water. If you haven't, take time, take a sip, allow it on your tongue and let it roll down your throat. Wonderful production by one of our great men right here, Professor London. Professor London produced this water, and it has amazing minerals, natural minerals in there. I can't tell you much. Just try what I said. A little sip, allow it to sink on your tongue, and let it roll down your throat, and you'll appreciate what I'm saying. Now, moving on, not to bore you with much talk, we will now invite the PTA to address us. To do this, we will call on Mr. Alfred Osmond Hughes, who is the PTA chairman, to give us his address. Please, you can do better. PTA chairman, please.
Good afternoon to you all. Right Reverend Alexander K. Asma, Bishop of the Anglican Diocese of Sekendi and Board Chairman, Guest of Honor, Honorable Alan Kojo Tramanti, Minister of Trade and Industry, Special Guest, Dr. Ni Naku Kweno, Santa 66, Computer Scientist and Engineer, Special Guest, Major General Francis Ofori, Santa 78, Commandant of Kofi Annan Peacekeeping. Then Omahini of the Ogwa traditional area, Nananom. the Regional Director of Education for the Central Region, the Metro Director, Management for Adisadel College, Headmaster, members of staff, both academic and domestic, Parent Association executives, parents and guardians, our dear students, my colleagues, media men, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I first of all wish to congratulate the organizing year group for the energy and the effort they have invested into organizing the 112th speech and prize giving day of this great school. An event, I'm bold to say, without any contradiction and prematurely though, is destined to be potentially successful. Congratulations. As the Parent Association Chairman, I'm here on behalf of my able lieutenants to perform the yearly ritual of rendering our stewardship by way of a report in apprising parents of Adisadel College through whose mandate we are serving, and other key stakeholders by apprising them of our activities in the year 2021. I need to be blunt to concede that the latter part of our reign as executives of the SWAL PTA, which has metamorphosed into Parent Association PA, in my view, has been the most unexciting and most difficult period of our stewardship. This has doubtlessly partly resulted from the incidence and emergence of the deadly COVID-19 pandemic, which has ravaged the global economy with incalculable consequences. The pandemic made it absolutely difficult to hold general meetings to bring members up to speed with developments and also update them with information in respect to their war, spiritual, ethical, moral, and academic performance. Even though executives periodically had virtual meetings via media like Zoom, conference calls, or other digitized methods, they were woefully inadequate for such vital information to get to the generality of our members, who number over 1,000. Bulk text messages were not only ineffective, but equally inefficient and ineffectual. Perhaps the most harrowing obstacle, which indeed has impeded the functionality of Parents Association, is either the refusal or failure of parents to pay dues, be it constitutionally mandated or voluntary. The introduction of the free education, which in my candid view is a very laudable policy by government, and its components of fee-free education has been the cloak or the veil behind which some parents, unfortunately, who think they are more political than the politicians, have hidden to rationalize their blatant refusal to pay dues. Ironically, some of these parents have paradoxically complained of the absence of adequate human resource in the areas of security, sanitation, and extra hands at the kitchen. It is very vital and critical to note that wages and allowances from PTA contributions were used to engage extra hands in critical areas like security, sanitation, and other domestic chores at the kitchen. This was the time members decided to come up with an innovative platform under the supervision and watchful eyes of the hardworking Mr. Ni Ashon, parents representative of the executive. With a depletion of the coffers of PA funds, decision is far advanced to absorb such affected personnel by government and their remuneration taken care of by Controller and Accountants General's Department, which I learned has not been actually implemented. It is also instructive to state that after a newspaper publication of the suspension of PTA activities and another directive from the GES and corroborated, I beg your pardon, by the Ministry of Education that members of staff of the schools in general, should not involve themselves in PTA activities. The machinery for the collection of dues has crippled as headmasters and housemasters, to save their jobs, have stayed clear of all PTA activities. Moreover, headmasters at CHAS, that is headmasters of senior secondary schools, have received express directives to allow PA from holding meetings at assembly halls, dining halls, and other infrastructure which PTA funds mobilized by parents have used to either build, renovate, and refurbish with tables and benches. And I can say with all certainty, the chairs that we sit on, if you look at the back, was presented by PTA. Yes, very cozy chairs. Just look at the back, 2018. But they say we cannot sit on or hold meetings here again. We should find our own places. But yes, I received good advice from the regional director of education, the reason why such policies were taken. Thank you, madam. The present crop of PA executives have exceeded their mandatory term in office and are in a hurry to exit honorably by organizing elections soon. Our inability to do this had been as a result of COVID-19 and other associated issues which have waxed rather unsuccessfully to affect the smooth organization of the association. The current PTA over the years have partnered and collaborated with school management, NEC, and the student body as a whole at several levels, all geared at making Adisadel maintain its accolade and motto, which is either the first or with the first. And let me say this, that my son came to Adisadel College as an average student. Teachers, staff, and management has transformed him as one of the excellent students second year at the University of Ghana, and I thank you for that. In fact, I wanted to come to Adisadel College. Not that my common entrance marks was not enough, but my daddy, an old boy of Ghana National College, who was very autocratic, may he rest in peace, made me go to Ghana National College. No wonder, by some divine providence, I stand here today as the PTA chairman, one of the few who is not an old boy. The current PTA over the years have partnered and collaborated, yes also, but I have to admit that like any human institution, Adisadel is confronted with issues of student indiscipline, inadequacy of human personnel in some critical areas, and other logistical challenges which need immediate fix. Let me take this opportunity on behalf of my executives and all parents for the opportunity and privilege me and my lieutenants had in working in this great school. On this note, I say congratulations on your 112th anniversary. I thank you all, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much, PTA Chair. We do appreciate you. Let me take the time as well to let you know some other dignitaries we have here. Meanwhile, the choir, kindly get ready. You are performing after this introduction. Well, still excelling for the country and beyond, we have Dr. Queno, Santa 68, the man who is in charge of bringing internet to this country, Ghana. He made sure that Ghana has internet. Santa 68. Oh, 66. Sorry. Sorry, I've actually taken 2 years of it. Santa 66. That is the man. Let me also acknowledge the presence of Major General Retired Richardson Edward Baden, Santa 64. and former SEPS commander. He was also the commandant of the military academy. Lieutenant Colonel Kwame Sam Apia is also here, Santa 96. Lieutenant Colonel Sepi, Santa 92, is also with us. We have Commander Kwesi Nyampong, Santa 97. Santa 97, member of the year group. As well, Squadron Leader Samuel Banson, Santa 97, also here with us. Squadron Leader, good to have you here. Now, I will introduce some headmasters here present, and then the choir will take over. We have the man under whose tutelage Adisadel College chalked these success in Wasi, as we are talking about here today, but have moved on to other school, that is Atamils Senior High School. I'm talking about none other than our former Assistant Headmaster Academics, Mr. Ato Davis. Mr. Ato Davis is here with us. We have Mr. Ahmed K. Mensah of Potten T.I. Ahmadiyya Secondary School. We also have Penelope Akins, who is St. Nicholas Anglican Basic School headmistress. We have Mr. J.K. Sam, former assistant head of our Adisadel College. Isaac Ignatius Yankee, headmaster of Dencha Chechere SHS, is also here with us. Mr. Charles Kwesi Ejapon Buama, the headmaster of UPSHS, a close friend of our headmaster, current. Dr. Mrs. Joy Boy, who has, I think, already introduced, is also here with us. Yes, she was with us a while ago. Now, it was announced by the headmaster that she has resigned, but of course, she's moved on to the University of Cape Coast, so she's close to us. We also have Miss Beatrice Inkum, who is an honorary Santa Clausian. Oh, okay. So we have a female Santa Clausian. Now we'll take time and allow the choir to entertain us for a bit, and we continue with this. The choir.
Saya would take a
Asidabe, na me fema wo, na wa yeso, eja pe na wa yeso. Wa sheme su abo me wo bai we chicha jimi eseine mu. Asidanjo, ayenju na metua ma wo. Asidabe, na me fema wo, na wa yeso. Japan, wa yeso. Masha me so abo me wo ba chicha jimi eseine mu. Asidanjo, ayenju na metua ma o. Asida se o eje, ayese o na sebe. Tumini di asa ya wotira ajipe. Semita sara semi uya. Wadumo to me, I said, I ain't John, not that oh, I said, I said, I ain't so, that's a bird to me, the gas, I would die, send me to send me, we are, Wadumo to me, I said, I ain't John, not that
So that ends the school choir. Well, as they perform, let me take the chance as well to run you by some other dignitaries here that need to be presented. We have here with us Mr. Joseph Atosapon, the Headmaster of National
heads of the head for if the crowd can just go a little tune for me, I'll appreciate it a little bit. Thank you very much. We also have Reverend Ebenezer from Fundraising School. He is the headmaster. He's here with us. Reverend, we have Henry Arthur Jan, who is also the head of St. Augustine's College. We have our former headmaster, the immediate former, right here with us, Mr. Francis Kwame Agbedanu, aka Alaska. He's here with us, ladies and gentlemen. Alaska is here. Also with us is the headmaster of KG Agri SHTS, Stephen Yabua. Mr. Stephen Yabua is also here. The head for Holy Child School, Madam Linda Apia, is also here with us. And then we have Madam Wilhelmina Coleman of Efutu SHTS. Madam, I'm told he's a university mate of the PTA chairman. Okay. We also have Nuruddin Haruna Apia, assistant head for TI and mass sporting, who is also Santa 97. And also finally on my list before I take rest, we have Madam Phyllis Arthur Simpson of Infantiman Girls. And we move on to the special guests. First to talk to us, we will invite Dr. Ni Naku Kweno, a computer scientist and engineer as well, to be up here. The man, of course, who brought internet into this country. He made sure we can browse, we can WhatsApp, we can do all that. Of course, he's a Santa Clausian, Santa 66. What are these people have done for Ghana? Only God knows. Okay, let's have him.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. With the blessing of the chair, I will dive into the join the discussion. Honorable ministers, dignitaries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very excited to speak at the 112th Speech Day, and it is my first opportunity to attend Speech Day at Adisadel since I departed in 1966. And therefore, feel very privileged. And I thank Santa 97 for seeking me out. Interestingly, I had the occasion of working with Honorable Alan Tremantin on a similar entrepreneurship consideration at Enterprise Africa, a UN OPS project in the 90s and early 2000s. We admit this is a rather complex topic, and my contribution would focus narrowly on the domain of computing sciences and technology, to stay within, you might say, an area of expertise. We are building capabilities at the same time developing an ecosystem for those capabilities. Fortunately, there are ample opportunities in this specialty, but these can also be elusive and require precision timing as well as competitive costs. There's no doubt this century needs technopreneurs to grow the economies in Africa when armed with technology tools. There's an ongoing race among nation states and economies to determine superiority in cyberspace going on right now. In order to equip and produce talents into an ecosystem, a new one as such, we start with understanding the life cycle of a technology-savvy workforce, entrepreneurial workforce, and determine what to adjust and at what stage. Entrepreneurs may stage of the educational cycle, elementary, secondary, tertiary, and beyond, when they create a product. That is when and how do people get off their skills academic ramp into industry and back. This should be seamless, and products are work of teams, not of individuals. An entrepreneur needs to have a good implementation of technology product idea to sell the added value. Otherwise, you become traders. The sophistication of the product idea would be expected to increase along the life cycle for a knowledge and technology industry. We should reshape secondary education to produce entrepreneurs that are equipped with specific technology products ready to go to market, a local market, I would hope. The policy environment must create the markets for these products, especially for local consumption, and have support institutions in the environment. When products prove themselves locally, i.e. mature, they naturally become regional and global. There's no dreams of becoming a sudden unicorn, and Santa Clausians know this very well. Others have labored, and we share in the glory. For secondary education in entrepreneurship in computing sciences and technology, one considers reliance on 3 well-established disciplines of physics, mathematics, and economics, which contribute directly to computing and in its markets. Some prefer to create new structures for computer science, sometimes for ease of management, for funding reasons, or convenience. But each such independent organization would still have to draw upon physics, mathematics, and economics. Otherwise, you have no roots. The electronic aspect of computing are largely from experimental physics labs, while much of the rest of computing sciences have foundations in mathematics and still physics. That is why we have hardware and software. As innovations have economic and social impact, the models for these innovations are studied in economics and social sciences in general. This is where entrepreneurs will be nurtured, so to speak, on the technology products. Physics in secondary would support teaching of electronics and learning through devices. This can give exposure to Internet of Things, sensors, robotics, toolkits, instruments, etc., in various academic programs of instruction. Mathematics would build up on computer science type of math, which is also peculiar, and teach software development using elementary languages and solving simple problems. Economics prepares the students on models, quantifying things, monetizing products, positioning products, and gives also entrepreneurial skills necessary to compete in a fierce marketplace. It is noted that all of us use computer systems today made by others, and we learn to use them. much the same way we learn to drive car, fly plane, or get medical or legal service performed by others. We do so as users. Now, that is different from how to make a new computer system, which is really the foundations we want to teach in secondary and tertiary education. We want to teach how to make homegrown, innovative technology and engineering products, and we do them here. Role of stakeholders in the state. My goal has always been developmental and was never entrepreneurial because of the stage of development of technology in Ghana in the 80s and 90s when we started seeding technology. As you would appreciate, I could have started my business in the USA, but returned to Ghana to teach at University of Cape Coast and seed IT industry, starting with NCS, Network Computer Systems, whose contribution to Adisadel, the Santa 97, so well appreciated. We were engaged in a techno-liberation struggle, or so we believed at the time. But our people gave up and accepted to patronize global product offerings. Instead, it appears we did not believe in ourselves enough and were happy to be user. I want to be a producer. I've been speaking here so far as a stakeholder, an educator, and an industry player since 1979. In my search for Africa's computer science heritage, I discovered something novel in our scientific cultural heritage, that the Oware board we think of as a game is actually a mechanical computer. Look how deep I had to search to find something I could hang the developments of computing on. Why have we Ghanaians forgotten this heritage? I'm sure many of you know abacus for early mathematics instruction, but don't know that its equivalent or perhaps superior version is Oware. Oware is a formidable mechanical calculator that can do additions and subtractions, as is. Every computer science student at University of Cape Coast learns to do calculations on the Oware board, and everyone in secondary school should also learn how to do that. The point is, computing is not foreign to Africa. It is not foreign to Africa. Suggestions to the state. This field is hands-on with problem-solving reasoning ability. Most often, you are investigating your own crimes. We call it debugging. There's early exposure to electronics and logic through the science kits, puzzles, toy devices, train sets, river boats, drone sets, creative art, etc. is good preparation, and a local industry should be developed creating these things. Successful entrepreneurial products in technology are made of several man-years of development to set correct expectation. Not as simple as a few pretty user interfaces, it's man-years of purposeful logic development. Perhaps the state should look more inward for supply of its technology needs. Many technology projects of state can be implemented locally with foreplanning, especially around decentralization, though we need to have good standards for interoperability. Adjust the National Service Program. The present formulation disrupts the flow of technology workforce to industry. often takes the service personnel away from computing and he loses momentum. At end of service, can't see the employer, and the personnel goes off the radar of employers as well. So you can't find each other. A recruitment by employers at academic institutions brings stronger connection between employers and workforce. This is a missing link. It's a way for industry to tell academia what industry needs by who they hire. Then we'll adjust to give you more. Most startups die, so we have to be pragmatic about expectations and encourage employment with local companies as well, and as well who may contract for government tasks. Considering preservation of investment and protection of startups, don't watch startups companies die, especially the kind that happened to NCS in 2003. That is the company that brought internet to Ghana and introduced computing to Adisadel College. That was a case of a Santa Clausian causing destruction of a Santa's pioneer company. This requires Santa-level deep reflection in chambers. Computing, internet are things we all need. Old, young, rich, poor, sick, healthy. It does not respect ideology either. Any impedance, any friction to access to these technologies has a negative impact on economies, directly on the GDP. Hence, shutdown, high costs, and taxes are not recommended for this industry. The country that introduced internet to the world, USA, does not tax it directly, and her companies dominate the global internet market. I brought internet to the sub-region, not just Ghana, the sub-region. An honest, good advice is not to tax the internet, as it affects too many things we ordinarily wish to subsidize for development. Once again, technology can be elusive, as revenue might be elsewhere. Somewhere in all of this is a blueprint for reshaping secondary education to produce technopreneurs for the century. Let's have a good and happy Santa Day at 112th Speech Day. High morale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the correction made, he introduced internet to the sub-region and not just Ghana. So we will move on because of time to the next. But before that, we have a brochure that was made by Santa 97, the year group. And this is to raise funds to do more. Of course, they've done their wing to the dining hall, but they still want it to look better. And so they want to raise funds to support that. Now, there are some ladies in here going around with it. You can grab one for at least 20 cedis. I say at least because if you want to support the course and you have more to support, of course, we don't mind if you want to buy it for 50, 100, 200, but at least 20 cedis and grab a copy. It will be very much appreciated. And we'd like to also take the opportunity to let this one ocean sanitizer, they sponsored all the sanitizers you see around for all of our guests. Please, a round of applause for them, ocean sanitizer. That okay, so this will be going around 20 cedis or more if you wish to do so. For now, to the program, we will call on the Major General Francis Ofori, Commandant of the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training, to give us his speech.
my Lord Bishop Chairman, my Lord Bishops, the guest of honor, Honorable Alan Chiramatin, Nananum, let me stand on the existing protocols and to thank the organizers of this event for the honor of being a part of it and to share the same platform with such distinguished personalities. Dr. Oredu called me a couple of weeks ago and gave me a very simple assignment. And that is to speak to the student body. He indicated to me that other careers had had a turn and wanted me to speak about career prospects within the military and to inspire the students about prospects. But before I make any comments, let me congratulate the college and all Santa Clausians for another anniversary. With regard to the theme, reshaping secondary education to equip and produce requisite entrepreneurs in this century, the role of stakeholders and the state, I intend to speak briefly about career prospects in the military, what makes us who we are. But I cannot assume myself without drawing a nexus between the military values and how they are brought to bear on entrepreneurship. Let me indicate, for instance, that the era where armies marched against each other with swords drawn and clubs raised is long gone. And the perception from the foundations of military history that sees the institution as based on brawl rather than brain is a misnomer. And it's also erroneous. And it is to impute that we focus more on great power of physical strength but lack mental acuity or intelligence. I repeat, this is erroneous. One of my colleagues, upon joining the military, said he joined because he didn't want anything book long. But upon joining, he realized that he was mistaken and had to sit up. He is still serving and is a lawyer by profession and still serving the military. Let me also say that a look at the security situation in the Sahel and the West African sub-region reinforced the point of the need for a professional military institution so that all of us are safe, looking at the southwards drift of violent extremism as well as terrorism. By way of rules, all 4 constitutions of post-independent Ghana have assigned the Ghanaian forces the role of defending Ghana against external aggression and assisting civil authorities to maintain law and order. And indeed, we assist the police. And where law and order has broken down, we assist them to restore it. Additionally, in the 1980s and 90s and beyond, we deployed personnel from 48th Engineer Regiment to open up the front plains, an area where most contractors would not venture, in order to assist the national development. And I'm happy to see that I played my part as the commanding officer of the regiment from 2003 to 2008. And as a result of the internal security challenges, we continue to undertake various non-traditional roles, the like of which sometimes attract the ire of sections of the population as to the deployment of military in police role. And so this normally will call for a deliberate effort to evaluate the traditional structures already in place for training to possibly align them to meet the emerging security challenges. And we constantly do that. In underscoring the importance of the U.S. military, Allen West, the former chairman of the Texas Republican Party, said, and I quote, "We must never forget why we have and why we need our military. Our armed forces exist solely to ensure our nation is safe, so that every one of us can sleep soundly at night, knowing that
we have guardians at the gate. With us, unquote, with us as gatekeepers, I can assure you that your sleep is assured. The Ghana Armed Forces has contributed significantly through domestic peacekeeping to peace and stability in conflicts blown northern part of Ghana. Indeed, the Konkomba Nanumba conflict, the Chirapone Saboba conflict, the 15-year-old Dagbon chieftaincy dispute is now history. And the Ghana Armed Forces played a critical role. I also want to refer to the Konya-Alabanyo conflict and the attempted secession in the Volta region, among others. My personal experiences serving in various capacities in an effort to address the Chirapone Saboba conflict, the Boli chieftaincy dispute, and the resolution of the Dagbon chieftaincy dispute make me appreciate the leadership role thrust upon the military and to resolve not to let the country down. It is this same military that has shaped internal peace through various operations. Now, having commented on the need, let me pass a few comments on the military itself, because I'm supposed to be talking to the students and to sell the Ghana Armed Forces. A colonial legacy, the Ghana Armed Forces comprising the Army, Navy, and Air Force, in that order of seniority, is modeled on the British lines because it evolved, and having evolved from the Royal West African Frontier Force. It is made up of commissioned officers, like you see here, and other ranks, and defense civilian employees who are not associated with combat. Now, for purposes of clarity, permit me to address a misnomer or misleading term. A tendency to refer to anyone in military uniform as an army officer. Now, behind me are three Santa Clausians, an officer each from the three services of the Ghana Armed Forces. To my immediate left is Lieutenant Colonel Jacob Kujo, an army officer. Next to him is Commander Nyampong of the Ghana Navy. To the extreme left is Squadron Leader Banson, who serves with the Ghana Air Force. Now, let me distinguish between the services. Don't talk about an army officer when you are referring to a naval officer. Hello? The generic term for the military, for the Ghana Armed Forces, you may refer to as military. But if you mean army, this is the gentleman. Occasionally you see Air Force and Navy struggling with us to wear camouflage. But camouflage is for land operations. And so, at the end of today, students and parents, I hope that you refer to these gentlemen as such. Army, Navy, Air Force, in that order of seniority. If somebody commits an error or an offense, look at the uniform and address it as such. Don't say Army when you mean Air Force. Don't accuse Air Force when you mean Army. I hope it is clear. Gentlemen, you may fall out. Now, the Ghana Army conducts land operations and is responsible for protecting and defending Ghana by land and has several branches. The gentleman leading the Ghana Army, gentleman, is with the infantry. I belong to the engineer corps of the Ghana Army. We have artillery, we have special forces. Or one qualifies to join any of these branches based on educational background and the human resource needs of the Ghana Army. The Ghana Navy, on the other hand, is responsible for protecting the maritime domain of the country and a major player in the blue economy. It has three branches: executive, technical and supply, and then secretariat. The Navy secures the sea lanes, which carries over 70% of our trade. To qualify the executive branch, which is the seaman branch of the Navy, one must study science, engineering, mathematics, geography, oceanography, and IT at the university. And I'm emphasizing it because during recruitment and enlistment, There are all kinds of calls placed to our phones. Any Ghanaian intending to join the Ghana Armed Forces must meet a number of entry requirements, which include being of good character, primarily. Let me add that we'll always do background checks. A good educational background, such as a first degree, nothing lower than a second class lower. In the case of those who want to become officers like myself and probably rise to generalship. That is for commissioned officers. And then WASI with 6 credits of nothing less than C6, including core English and mathematics, for those who opt to become other ranks. When recruitment or enlistment is due, the advertisements are normally placed in the Daily Graphic and Ghanaian Times. Daily Graphic and Ghanaian Times. And the application is online with a scratch card. We do not sell forms. We do not sell hard copy forms for you to fill. Neither do we ask you to pay monies for recruitment. I am drawing your attention to the tricks of the fraudsters. We do not ask you to pay monies. Several times, the IT will say, my pictures have been cloned for Facebook to solicit for funds for a recruitment agency. And you must watch that. Now, for a serving officer to progress through the rank, a lieutenant must pass his or her exams or promotion exams, be certified physically fit, and also certified medical fit. Having passed your promotion exams, you must be certified physically fit and medically fit before you earn a captain. That captain must do the same to become a major. Now let me address a particular concern to parents, and I know the parents are here. Some parents attempt to live their unrealized or unfulfilled childhood dreams through their sons and daughters, and will convince or even compel them to take up a career in military services when these young ones do not have a passion. Oh, Kojo, I intended to join the armed forces. I went to the last stage and I dropped. By all means, there must be an officer in this family. We must be very careful, because such people, in the end, get frustrated and they become a burden for the services. Do you or need you have apprehensions over capacity development during your service? For you, I assure you that there is no need to worry. Capacity development comes in different forms: professional military education and academic development. Professional military education sharpens our thinking skills, stimulates our curiosity and creative instincts, and help us think how to use this to make our respective services and units more innovative. Professional military education prepares us to make ethical decisions based on shared values of the professions of arms. Such programs include mix of training, skills acquisition, and traditional classroom instruction. It is graduated into levels compartmentalized between the officer corps and other ranks. Mandatory officer training starts at the Ghana Military Academy and runs through the Command and Staff College. The select few proceed to the Defense or War College or equivalent institutions for policy and strategic education and generalship. For other ranks or enlisted soldiers, professional military education begins at the basic training institution, the Army Recruit Training School, Naval Recruit Training School for the Naval Ratings, and the Air Force Recruit Training School for the Airmen, and much later, advanced training. For me, the center learning environment and the can-do spirit helped me a lot. Anytime I pass by the bypass, feelings of nostalgia come back to me. Those were the days when I was in the C class. When you hear, it means Mr. Atakura's cane was at work. And a couple of us who hadn't paid their fees would march or run straight to sit under some trees near the bypass and be counting cars. But we told ourselves that Adisadel can-do spirit will never let us down. And so this afternoon, I'm here to tell you that the Adisadel can do spirit should send you wherever you want to go. I like to make a little reference to myself, what the professional military education has done to me. Through the Junior Command Staff Course, Nigeria, Senior Command and Staff Course, Ghana, Comparative Command and Staff Course in the U.S. Army Command Nigeria Staff College, and the War College in the South African National Defense College for strategic studies, among others. Opportunity also come for senior strategic leadership programs and others. Sometimes it becomes very necessary to look at yourself and then make a choice. For instance, when I was serving as the General Officer commanding the Northern Command of the Ghana Army, with responsibility for the 5 northern regions, the implementation of the Dagon peace process was almost at hand. And so I opted to do a course titled Conflict Analysis and Mediation. And so when this implementation started, it was very handy and very helpful. And so I'm happy to say that the Ghana Army in the Northern Command, under my command, played a critical role in the funerals of the late Yanas and the successful selection and escapement of the current Yana, that is in 2019. And it was an ultimate experience. And memories of this will continue to linger. I started the military as a sixth former. I persevered. The Adisadel can do spirit, and the urge from the professional military education pushed me to do a first degree, ultimately a second degree. At this stage, I don't want to go for a PhD. As a general and in my current job as the commandant of the Kofi Annan International Peacekeeping Training Center, I think professional military education and the Santa Can Do spirit have prepared me to engage and interface, particularly the diplomatic community and institutional partners, to advance the cause of peace and security on the continent and the sub-region. Now, what values should you expect from us to shape you? In search of discipline during his youthful days, Captain Amuaben retired, a Santa Clausian and an entrepreneur. In his book entitled The UT Story, Humble Beginnings, narrated what a friend told him thus, quote, Kofi, you're putting up with a friend. You can't manage your national service allowances. You are always borrowing. You are not disciplined. You need to do something about your situation, unquote. Captain Moabin titled his first chapter in the book, In Search of Discipline, because he found that solution in the military and got equipped with values that will last a lifetime. Overall, overriding principles such as subordination of the military to democratic civilian authority, allegiance to the state, commitment to political neutrality, and an ethical institutional culture guide military professionalism. And so we want to let you know that these are values that you will imbibe when you join us. The above principles shape values and virtues as discipline, integrity, honor, commitment, service, and duty, and these are cardinal for our profession. It is therefore not surprising that national service in the military is one of the tools that some nations have used to ensure national development. That practice, unfortunately, has been difficult to implement in our part of the world. You can be a good leader in every endeavor of life, including entrepreneurship, if you master and apply these values. The military has produced good leaders, presidents, and professionals globally across all spheres of life, largely because of these virtues, which the profession of arms places much emphasis on. This afternoon, I've been excited, or this morning I was excited by the display of drill by the cadets. You do all. I can see so much potential. So let this Adisadel Can Do spirit propel you. Thank you very much, cadets. And I also like to thank the instructors who shaped these cadets. A job well done. Now, having told you who we are and assured you of the structures to build, permit me to make a few comments on the nexus between our military values and success in entrepreneurship. I am not one. I am not an entrepreneur, but a professional career military officer. So it will be fictional to propagate any claim of what can make one successful in that field. But it's also important for me to underscore the fact that you don't need to do strategic studies to understand that unemployment is a threat to national security. Hello? And so any attempt or effort to create jobs, to let individuals be job creators rather than job seekers must be commended. And I'd like to commend those who chose this theme for this celebration. Last month at the Perez University, a guest speaker from South Africa focused on good leadership, governance, and a culture of entrepreneurship among others as key elements to building an entrepreneurial institution. But I will add that these values that make a great professional military will come handy and a store to support any entrepreneurial instinct in you. Leadership, the ability to build strong teams and have a diminished attitude towards risk, are few martial qualities that every successful entrepreneur holds dearly. With these comments, it will become necessary that the change in mindset is not a one-off activity. The college may occasionally arrange for successful entrepreneurs to have a chat with students so we build a relationship of trust and encouragement. But also for an entrant in the military, you could opt for a short service up to 10 years and retire to pursue a passion such as entrepreneurship. The military inculcates in us time appreciation as an essential value. Other values such as respect, discipline, human relations, teamwork, responsibility, and leadership are key for an entrepreneur. Therefore, based on these facts and examples, it is evident that not only can the military make you a guardian of the state, great leader, but also make a great entrepreneur. The Cadet Corps of this great college has produced great people and minds for this nation. I wish that cadet training were introduced to all second cycle schools in order to build that sense of discipline, patriotism, and teamwork, all requirements of entrepreneurship. It's a fact that if we get more young people to go through military training, no matter the duration, Ghana will develop great leaders and entrepreneurs. My Lord, Bishop, Chairman, guests of honor, special guests, ladies and gentlemen, a group that was supervising the refurbishment of the schools, of the college's cadet armory, invited me last year to inspect and make some recommendations to strengthen fiscal security. I did that later in the year while I was on an official assignment in Cape Coast. This afternoon, I'd like to present a personal check of 10,000 cedis towards the school. This is to encourage the Cadet Corps, which has a history, and to encourage many more people to be trained. And with that, I am sure Ghana will go places. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. So, the next item is for Santa 1972 to make a presentation real quick. Meanwhile, there's Adisadel College Trust Fund. Gentlemen, the two of you kindly bring the pull up here. So this is a fund that is seeking to sponsor students through school after Adisadel, deserving students through school, being university and so on as well. For you to get more information on this, you can just scan this. There's that code right here. Once you scan it, you get all the information you need to know. Now the target is to raise 21 million Ghana cedis. 21 million Ghana cedis to support this trust fund, which is aiming at making sure the Santas who are deserving but for some reason need support to take them through university and so on and so forth so they can achieve the things they need to achieve. We now call on Santa 72 to do their presentation real quick, and then we'll call on our special guest of honor to say a word. Once we're done, we are basically done. We'll hand over baton from 97 to 98, and it's basically a wrap. All parents, whatever happens, should remain.
Okay, I think I would like to say something small about the trust fund before the president of my year group actually does the presentation. So the trust fund was actually set up in 1993, but it's seen a bit of a wobble. So it's now going to be relaunched in June of this year. And as the MC said, there is a target to raise 21 million cedis in 2 years. Now, the purpose of the trust fund is not necessarily to offer scholarships, but we have all seen that government is very much always strapped for money, and the infrastructure on the campus sometimes lacks a lot of maintenance. So the trust fund is supposed to help to supplement the maintenance budgets of the school.
So we do apologize for that, but at least we got it back. We just let us know from where you got it to. Please talk.
So I was just saying that the trust fund, the purpose of the trust fund is to help the school's maintenance budget and also further infrastructural projects. And it's not necessarily to offer scholarships to students. If the need is there, we will do it. But the purpose of it is to help maintain this school. So on that note, I will hand over to my year group president, who will do the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kojo. My Lord Bishop, bishops, and then all protocols observed. Fellow Santa Clausians and others, as we were going to say in Form 1. We came to Adisadel College. We ascended the hill on the 8th of September, 1967. We went through all we had to go through in 72. That was when we did our O-levels. Some of us came back in 74 to do our A-levels. Today marks the 50th anniversary since we left Adisadel College. 50. A number of people here hadn't been born by then. Those who have children have not met their wives, but it's all in the past. And today, as the NEC has mandated, 50 years after leaving Form 5, you're supposed to make a donation. In the Ghanaian custom, we say, Obafe Kusum, and we are ready to do our part of the Kusum. The custom is that you have to donate 50,000 cedis to the Adisadel College Trust Fund to help them achieve their noble aims. We are sort of the pace setters in this thing, and we have decided that 50,000 cedis to mark 50 years. Although it rhymes, there's a better way of doing it. So the 1972 year group has decided we are hereby going to donate 60,000 cedis to the Adisadel College Trust Fund. Yes, about approximately $10,000. We are setting the pace, and we expect our immediate younger brothers to do much, much better than we did. So I shall call upon whoever will receive our beautiful check, the NEC president, to come and please go back. I'll call you. Please, your president, it's my tender. Go back. I'll call you to come. Okay, I shall call upon the NEC president to come and receive the check. The 105 boys who ascended the hill on the 8th of September 1967, we hereby present a lovely, beautiful, light blue colored check in the sum of 60,000 Ghana cedis to the NEC president on behalf of the 1972 year group. And this is actually meant for the Adisadel Trust Fund, Adisadel College Trust Fund. There's a gentleman behind me prompting me wrongly. So this is supposed to go to the Adisadel College Trust Fund. Because start setting the pace with 60,000 Ghana cedis. Thank you very much indeed, everyone.
I received this beautiful check on behalf of the Trust Fund. I'd like to thank the 72-year group for setting the base. They've set the bar, and I'm confident others will follow. Our desire in setting this trust fund is to raise, we've got the 21 million, but equivalent of $3 million, which will be raised not just in Ghana, but in Ghana, North America, and UK, and Europe. So that is our objective. And it will be launched this year in Ghana, North America, and the UK. So from there, we will proceed from there. So with all you guys smiling out there, the pace has been set. So start dipping into your pocket and let's get it going.